There we go. Much better. And if we do this, just to make sure, that is good. Yeah, I think my mic is on its way out. Game is super loud though. I should be okay now, right? I'm good now? There you go. Yeah, my mic is on its way out. I need to buy a new one. I think I'm going to pick up the Elgato. Yeah, it's all plugged in, and then it just intermittently cuts out every now and then. But jeez, this game is loud. Yeah, I thought we'd try out this game called Cocoon. I know a bunch of you said that you'd like to see some of those Game Pass games that just came out to see what they're like. So I figured, why not this one? This is, I think, about 91 Metacritic, day one Game Pass. I have really no clue what I'm doing, but we shall find out. Game sound is loud? Yeah, that's what I thought. It was loud in my ears too. And I've got my thing down. Let's try that. That should be better. Alright, where are we going? How's everyone been? How's the copium going on the internet? Have you guys been taking it easy on the poor souls? Is it still loud? I just reduced it by 50%. If it's still loud, let me know and I'll adjust it again. So what are we supposed to do? That's good. Man. Seeing the copium today on Twitter has been pretty impressive. So what do you think about the rumor that well, we know that apparently Disney is supposed to be making, well, Bethesda's supposed to be making a Disney game. And with Knights of the Old Republic all but being cancelled on PlayStation, now that it's even been removed from their trailer list, how amazing, how hilarious would it be if Bethesda actually got Knights of the Old Republic exclusive for Xbox and PC? That would be oh, that would be funny. But where am I supposed to go? What's the buttons on this? Controller. Alright, so there's just literally pause, move, and action. So it's just one button. I'm guessing this... I can't fly. Can't jump. Can I climb? It's a really small game. It's like 3 gig. I'm almost at the point where I'm considering partitioning my Steam Deck so I can download Game Pass games on there. Where am I supposed to go? This red bit seems like it's something I'm supposed to do, but... Yeah, there's been some bad takes this week by a certain individual. And apparently even David Jeffy had to step in. Xbox and PC is definitely the way. But where am I going? Aha! Aha! Oh no, we can't go back up. Okay, cool. We have made progress. We have made progress. But yeah, David Jeffy has stepped in and bitch slapped our Mr. Reforged down to the ground. So we're going to be going through that as well a little later. Yep. Alright, so we're now making progress. Alright, so let's click here. I love the animation. I just think this game is only 3 gigs. Let's go. It takes us so far out in the left field. The Spider-Man RPG had me. My God, that dude. The thing is, though, right? I could take 2 of his bad takes and make a whole video just laughing and mocking him. It's coming to the point where, even though I don't want to do that, it's becoming difficult not to. I mean, he's making it easy for me to make content. Let's go this way. No, can't go that way. Nope. Ah, maybe. No. This is going to be one of those games that are literally puzzle filled to the limit, aren't they? I need something to be able to put on there. Can I lift you up? What can we pick up to put on there, though? Is there anything here? Anything at all? Let's go back. There must be something there that we can put on to figure this. There must be something, right? I mean, I'm sure I've got the right idea. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Can I lift you up? No. Ah, I see. That took longer than it should have taken to figure out. Fly away, my little birds. Fly. I have really struggled to stream for the past few weeks. Even now it's very uncomfortable, but figured I'd do at least maybe like an hour or 2 tonight. And that's... Okay, I guess we have to go this way. I love the ambience as well. The ambience. The ambience. That looks like it's gonna kill me. No? Oh wow. Where am I taking it? Over here, maybe? Don't really know where I'm going, but look at this. First time gameplay. Don't even know what I'm doing. Okay. Alright, I see. Aha! So I have to put it in there. Quickly run down here. Click on that. Come over here. I guess go to that one. And then turn this one this way to bring over there. I hope you like puzzle games, chat, because this is gonna be one of those games. Go, 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 go. No! Oh, that was so close. That was so close. Oh, that was really close. Yeah, that doesn't look appealing. Try this one. Are we supposed to have another ball? Ah, I see. Hey, Josh, how's it going? Figured we'd try this new game Cocoon out. I know a number of you said you wanted me to make videos on the new Game Pass games, but I figured why not actually stream it so you guys can see it firsthand and see what it's like. I think we've just got to a new planet. Oh, that is cool. Wait, we've got back to where we were. And we can't do anything here. So. What about if we put this here? Anything over here? Drag this way. Oh, Josh, I hope you feel well. I mean, it seems to be that time of the season. I've been trying to get this silly thing off me for about 2 weeks now. It's why I didn't stream last week Friday. I was hoping to stream last week Friday, but I just wasn't well enough. Alright, so there has to be a set of... No? Alright, so we've got doubles here, a double there, and a single here. Are there any other symbols around here? But I do hope you'll feel better soon, dude. Hopefully the bad takes we're about to experience soon, before we end the stream, will make you feel a bit better. Alright, so where's that symbol? Which one would that be? That one doesn't exist. No. Guess it'd be this one? Thanks mate, no worries. It's finally that time for the ABK deal to go through. Do you think it will go through guns? I think it'll be done next week. I mean, obviously, there's no guarantee, but I can't see any reason for it not to get done next week. I mean, it was clear that there were some parties that wanted to block the deal still, but the CMA said that there's no reason. That, you know, Ubisoft taking charge clearly gave it an meant that an RMS was introduced. Therefore, I really don't see anything left to stop the deal. The FTC is just... I mean, at this point, I'm surprised they haven't actually sued her, Lena Khan. She just needs to let it go at this point. Ooh, nice. I mean, she won't. I actually have a video, Carlos, about the FTC just not giving up. They were supposed to have given up, but they decided that in their infinite wisdom that they're going to go to the... I mean, they're basically going to go to the judge and say, hey, I just wanted to let you know, judge, you know, woman to woman, I think you made the wrong choice, and I think you should go back to your decision and realize you made the wrong choice and agree with me that you made the wrong choice and you know, take back your career-defining moment. I mean, that's what Lena Khan is hoping that Judge Corley is gonna say. Is gonna do. Sorry. I mean, it's. I tell you what, though, whatever she is smoking, I think we can all agree we probably want a bit of it as well. I cannot see her staying in power for long. I mean, in charge of the FTC. The way she's burnt through taxpayers' money is ridiculous. It is redonkulous. Not just ridiculous, but redonkulous. I feel like I'm supposed to put something up there. I can't push it back either. I mean, they already cut her funding, right? I mean, what more can they do? I mean, they cut her funding. That's that. Why am I hanging off balls? Oh God. Not much more, to be honest. Khan is a piss taker. That's been proved. I just like the fact that when she was in front of Congress, she turned around and goes, "Oh, I had nothing to do with the decision for the FTC and the whole blocking and pursuing this. It was all them. They're the ones that were doing it. You know, my team over there. I didn't have nothing to do with that decision. I had nothing at all. It was all them. You should don't look at me. Look at them. Leader of the year, right?" Can you imagine how they must have been when she went back into the office? What did you say in there? How are we to blame? It's like. Well, she doesn't. They reduced her budget by half, didn't they? Almost. It was like 30%, 40% they reduced it by. Uh-oh. Oh, we get to fight bosses too. Okay. Dark Souls, here we come. Alright, I see it, I see it, I see it. There we go. Yeah, I am. I was going to play it tonight, but I figured I'd just try something different for tonight's stream. This game caught my eye, so I wanted to give it a try. I've just come out of Neon, and I'm actually trying to build a whatchamacallit, an outpost before I continue the story, just to get a few levels. Although from what I'm seeing, do not over level using the outpost thing where you build those aluminium stuff. Yes, I call it aluminium, not aluminum. Down. But what is it? Apparently people that use that, they can have like HP glitches and stuff like that, which is not ideal. If you level too fast, it can cause some problems. Like my friend went from level 77 last night to 503 today, and then tried to run it on his PC, and now when he goes to run it on his Xbox, it's not transferring the save. Hey, it got some Microsoft reward points. I'll just grab those. Claim those reward points. Alright, where are we going? Ooh, interesting. Broken path. Where are you gonna lead me to? Just make sure you've got multiple saves, guys. I've heard a lot about saves going bad. You don't want that happening. Be like me. Have 5 normal saves and 5 quick saves. It makes sense. The problem is, from what I've heard, I'm not going to spoil anything, don't worry. I hate people that spoil stuff, so don't worry, you're safe here. But from what I've heard, it's worth going New Game Plus. Mind you, it's not the be-all and end-all, but... I'm kind of thinking of just finishing the story and then seeing what I can do after. I am. I really am. It's a fun game. Only if you've got the patience for puzzles, though. If you don't have the patience for puzzles, it's gonna drive you insane. But that should not but it will display there. Right, so that shouldn't work either. Correct. But that will work because it's projecting. Right. But this can't go anywhere, so that's gonna come down here. So we kind of want, there we go, that's where we want it to be. We kind of want it to project to the left. Will that be enough though? Okay, so we want to go maybe down left. So this should now stop. Yeah, that's right. This is the right one. It's a very simple game, but it just works. That's what I would say. It just works. Okay. Well, that's a pickle. I'm a sucker for helping out people in Starfield and get sidetracked easy. Yeah. I think that's my biggest problem at the moment. I keep going like I'm gonna go and like finish the game, so I can just get to New Game Plus. By the way, how many of you actually got onto New Game Plus? This is off subject, but has anyone here wondered why they haven't listed Warhammer 40k Darkside yet on Game Pass? I know it's coming. I know there was, I think it was either licensing issues that they had, or there was other fundamental problems, but there were issues. There we go. But it is coming. They've already said that you know, it's coming to Game Pass, and they have listed it on their social media that it is coming soon. All right. Well, feel free to go off topic, guys. That's what these streaming sessions are for. We don't just have to talk about this game or Starfield. We can talk about everything. Speaking of Game Pass quickly, when does Clockwork get released? Not sure. I haven't actually given any release date yet. None as of yet. You what? Yes, I have. Absolutely amazing game. I can't wait for the sequel. Really, really good game. They tried to ban it, didn't they, originally? I will be. Probably be a mix between here and Twitch, but I'll definitely be... Oh, I see what you need. Probably be between here and Twitch, but I'll definitely be playing it here as well. Okay, so this one has to go first, then grab the other one. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if you're all aware, they did try to ban that game from coming out, from releasing entirely. Not because of how dark and twisted the game is. Basically, the actual development team, producers, they actually went to a psychiatric facility where they had real life patients, and they studied the patients for like a year to get as real as an experience as they can with the psychosis, with the constant people speak, the voices in their head. And when the game came out and they saw how accurate it was to someone actually experiencing that level of psychosis, they said it was disrespectful to those suffering from that problem. The game actually did a really good job in accurately depicting it. But it gives you a nice insight as well. Uh-oh. 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 Alright, there's boss number 2. Avowed gonna be good. Avowed is gonna be good. And this is what I really love about Game Pass, right? I'll be quite honest with you. This wouldn't have been a game that I would have tried, right? Full transparency. If it wasn't for Game Pass, I probably wouldn't have tried this game. And this is a really good game. It's not going to win Game of the Year, but it's a solid experience. I really like it. Ah, proper racer. Me likey. Alright, we've arrived at a new planet. Or a new cocoon, as it were. Got fishies over there. Since I recently started following you, did you play Hogwarts Legacy? If yes, what is your honest opinion on the game? I bought it for my wife and we both thought it was good. I've only watched it being played. I personally haven't played it. At the time, there was just too much drama surrounding the game, honestly. And I just couldn't be bothered with it. I do intend to play it at some point, but from what I've seen, and I've seen quite a bit of it, I think the game looks good. if you're a Harry Potter fan, then it's pretty much everything you could possibly want. Hey, Power Boss, how's it going? Chaos, can't agree more, mate. A few games that I wouldn't usually play, I keep getting hooked, and that's why Game Pass is the best gaming service right now. Agreed. What other game was there that I actually played? And I ended up actually getting all the achievements for it as well, because it was just that good. Wait, why did it kick me out? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Maybe I need the green one? No, this shouldn't be the case. That's where I started. Alright, progress, progress, progress. Oh yeah, they're being really quiet. From what I've heard, it's not just Sony that got hacked. I think it's the whole corporation, PlayStation and everything. So we don't actually know how much of it got hacked or what got hacked. But we'll have to see when they release the details. But from just speculation out there, it looks like it's not just what they thought was hacked. And obviously that is bad news for Sony, because getting it again and again and again probably isn't on their bingo card list. I've been sitting around watching all the random videos of people surrounding Starfield, PlayStation, and who knows what else. Mostly just laughing. I mean, have you seen the situation now with the Spider-Man title screen? So obviously, the Xbox fans are now looking at the title screen and are mocking it, right? I mean, it was always going to happen, right? God forbid that, you know, something was going to happen in return. And you see all the PS fans now saying, oh, why are Xbox all going crazy over a title screen? As if they weren't doing it like 5 minutes ago with Starfield. I mean, what are they? Dory from Finding Nemo. I mean, it's like they're Dory from Finding Nemo, for God's sake. I saw Peter Ovo, he posted something, and a bunch of people were like getting proper triggered by it. And if you look at what he posted, it was an exact copy of what Grum's posted. Ah, there we go. That's actually quite smart. I did not notice that. That's quite smart. I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. I wish you could rotate the camera. Okay, so it's kind of like the bidding, and then the triangle. And you know, I thought what Peter Ovo posted was actually quite funny, but apparently Control was ruining the experience, and we didn't laugh at any of your title screens. No, we didn't. We were Civilized human beings, bollocks. I mean, that's what's coming out of the PlayStation camp right now. That they didn't say anything about Starfield's title screen. None of it is his. He just took it from thing. We will hold the line. Just like Black Friday, right? You hold the line, you wait, you wait, you wait. And then on Black Friday, they increase the price by like 50 quid and then say, yep, we're discounting it by 50 quid. GG, 10 out of 10. We'll do it again. I miss the good old Black Fridays. Dude. Power boss. Sorry, my eyes are really bad. I'm only getting like 3 hours of sleep a day at the moment. I saw someone turn around, no cap, legit. They were 100% legit because they were arguing with me on Twitter saying that because of the fact that Spider-Man's title screen changes as you play the game, it is game of the year. Screw the game. Screw how well the game plays. That doesn't matter. Gameplay doesn't matter. Music, who cares? Dialogue, voice acting, bollocks to that. It's got multiple title screens. It's game of the year material. I'm like, my dude. What is that? I mean, the fact that The Last of Us did it anyway, when you complete The Last of Us, the title screen changes. It shows you the Firefly's new base, where they're at. That's where Abby goes. But it's not like it's a new thing. Oh, I couldn't believe that, man. That was just stupid. I mean, I'm never gonna sit here and tell you guys to, super chat or join membership. During my videos, I may mention it once or twice, but I'm not gonna sit here and tell. If you guys want to support me in that way, fine. But the fact that you guys are here and just hanging out is cool for me. That's fine. I mean, if he's that worried about making, some bucks, it looks like YouTube is now adding ads into their content anyway. Whether people want it or not, they're going down the Twitch route. Just live and let. I just don't get it. Like, the one thing I hate doing is that sort of thing. I don't know. Like, well, if you don't want me to put ads on my channel, well, you need to start giving me some money, or I'm gonna put ads on me. Put ads on your channel then. Like, who cares? Who, Reforged? Reforged is full bias. Full. No, he does not want to have any discussion. He does not. You know, you know when you see those people that go, "Hey, I've got a PlayStation 5, I've got a Switch, I've got a PC, I've got an Xbox, I play all my consoles." You can enjoy every console. I mean, I've got a PC, a Steam Deck. Not this isn't bragging or anything. I'm just making an example, right? I try to own every console I can when the generation comes out. So this generation, when the Switch came out, I bought it. When the PS5 came out, I bought it. Xbox bought it. Bought my son this Series S because it's only got a 1080p TV upstairs. But at the end of the day, I buy those so I don't have a limitation of if I see a game I want to play, if I can't play it on one, I'll play it on the other. And if it comes out at the same time on PC, then there's more of a chance that I'm going to play it on PC if my PC can play it better. But you always have an allegiance. You always have one side you are always kind of pioneered towards more. Just because you own everything doesn't mean that you're you're universally placed. I mean, because Reforge probably told him anything regarding Alex, you delete straight away. Right? He told his mod that straight away. But I saw Alex's video and, you know, good on Alex. I think Alex did right. But it's just like, I think he is literally the... Oh, that wall. How far are you coming? Oh no. Is there anything here? So you want me to go there, right? So what do I need to do here? Let's get our eyeball. I mean, I think I've owned almost every system since the Commodore 64 days. You know, from Commodore 64, Atari ST, there was the Sinclair. And I go back to old school days when graphics were like, you know, 2-bit stuff. Can't beat a good dose of Centipede, my dude. Love that game. Yeah, Atari 2600. Gotta love a bit of Atari. But this eye thing wants me to go back in there. Why does it want me to go back? You know, I remember the days when we used to play a game called Run the Gauntlet. You ran that gauntlet so well you needed a new joystick every time you played. The way you used to just shake that stick until it broke. Josh, go rest, dude. Go rest. I'd rather you rested and got to better, my dude. Alright, so how are we going to do this? I don't actually know. Ha! Big brain. We did it! I had a Sega Saturn, I had a Game Gear, and I also had a Neo Geo Pocket. I still have my old GameCube. Yep, I do. My Game Boy Advance. Yep. And display for it. Yes, sir. Mind you, I only had a few games for my Neo Geo Pocket, but Sonic was one of them. Dreamcast was the jam. Come on. Come on. Wait. Ah. This game is solid. This is a solid game. Did I screw up? What? You didn't let me through before and now you're letting me through? Aha. I don't get it. If I do that, then I can't go through. Just replacing them isn't gonna do anything. Is it? This is just gonna send me to the other world again. Yeah, there's nothing here. Alright, let's venture back in. Games Dreamcast introduced us to one of the best games ever, Shenmue. The only reason I bought a PS4 was for Shenmue 3. I actually got that on Kickstarter. Well, this is interesting. How are we supposed to go through here? Can't really do anything. Well, let's go through here for now. Ah, that's how you do it. That took way too long for me to figure out. that thing was placed there deliberately to throw you off. It had nothing to do with it. That was evil. That can't go through yet. That's broken. There's a path to the other side as well. Let's do this one first, see what happens. Oh, it looks like we've lost the other path. For now? No. No. So this leads us here. But let me finish this bit, and we'll go over that big brain move of his with Jaffe. Looks like we're at a boss. Hey, we're playing Mario Sunshine. Yeah, baby. Oh, I know. I know. I'm usually terrible with puzzles. Alright, I see. That was rude. Which one is lit up? This one is lit up, so come over here. Hey, I hit you. Are you seriously gonna send me out every single time I attack you now? We don't want to be doing this, right? Now, what is it you're doing? Avoid those, maybe? Come and attack this. Alright, let's try this again. Let's avoid these this time. Okay, so that's what we gotta do. Alright, so now there's more. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. I see the good one. I see the one I want. No, 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 you can close your ugly mouth. Alright. Stay away. Oh god, there's more. That's 2. Yeah, these boss battles are creative. I like them. Oh no. Okay, so that's where I want to be. Come on, come destroy this one up here. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You forget. I've played Dude on Patchy. Daijobu. I am the master. Pretty sweet, right? So what do you reckon, chat? What do you think of this game? That's not gonna be... Aha. I see. I feel like this is gonna be all about timing. Can't really go anywhere once I'm on this. Guess I can go around. No, I can't. Can't go anywhere. Can't go up this way. Yeah, that's the thing. You can't stop the moving pillar. Hey, look. Oh, yes, you can stop it. Can we make it down in time, though? No. But I think I figured it out. Or have I figured it? No. What, this here? Hmm. Left, let it go all the way, and when you pick it up, go to the left to stop and freeze. Then use the right one. Wait, do I need this orb to actually... I think that's the... Yeah, you need the orb. I am so smart. I am so smart. SMRT. I mean SMART. What's the point in doing this? Yep. We made it! We made it! We're out! All that just to come back here. My dude, what is wrong with you? We didn't even get a bird to break the stupid things. We need a bird. Where's the bird? We can't really progress without the bird. No birdie there. Ah, of course, of course. What am I doing? Start a level again. Is there anything here? Interesting. So there are secrets in this game too. But clearly there's nothing I can do here. I need the green one. Can I do it with you? No. Can we swap? No. I've not watched them. I will though, and the next time we have a stream, I will give you my thoughts. But I've not watched them before. I think I may have seen him. Is he that one that got the review copy? And Reforged didn't, and was really, 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 really bitter about it. And he's still bitter about it. Okay. They're not the same guy. so clearly this has to come over here. Otherwise I can't cross. Shane McCluskey has been playing Starfield morning, afternoon, and night. His friend on xCloud, Xbox One, at 13 hours is passing. I mean, it's very easy to get sidetracked in that game. Like I say, I keep going in with a plan, and I end up doing something I'm not supposed to be doing, and I make almost no progress. Actually quite stumped. I would have thought this would have built the bridge, but it doesn't. Can we pick up two? This is... I have no idea. I'm actually stuck on this one. I need to bring the green one here somehow, but I can't cross the bridge without the green. Without the orange, sorry. Well, if anyone has any ideas, I'm pretty much stuck on this one. They can't go through here either. That's all blocked for me as well. Maybe if I put this... No, then I can't go through. I need to be able to go through the green. There's no way to get back. I've tried to go through the orange. Without any ball, I can't do anything here. This just leads all the way back. Maybe I can go back. No. There's literally nothing I can do here if I'm coming in this direction without the orange ball. The green ball. I need a second ball here to be able to trigger this. Thought maybe this might be something, but it's not. I mean, if we could form that bridge. Oh, maybe. Maybe. No. Maybe only one of them being active? No. Then we're stuck. What about... Maybe? Maybe? No. Yeah, there we go. There we go. The chances are we're going to need both. Now, before we do that, there was one path I keep... There are multiple paths. Okay, we can't go through this. Okay. It's a cupcake. It's cupcake. Alright. Where are the symbols? Where are these symbols? Going over here. Nothing on the wall. Can't change the camera angle. I'm thinking it's on one of these walls, but I'm not seeing anything on them. I mean, it was worth a try. It was worth a try. Yeah, how's it going, Green Goblin? Oh, there it is. Alright, so we got that one, then the no, the butterfly, triangle. One, then the no, butterfly, then the triangle. Yeah, we get our Eye of Mordor. We have our Eye of Mordor. We don't need you anymore. We're gonna get another boss again, straight after. Okay, that's gone. That's the point of no return. It's a good game, but you think you'll lose your patience? Yeah, patience is the key for this, I think. In fact, we can now go back and access this part. I don't actually know how long it takes to beat this game. What's the worst, my least favorite console? It's a tough one. My least played is the Switch. That much I can say. I don't know if I'd say it's my worst. Definitely my least played though. You guys have to go. What if I can grab this? Come over here. Slam dunk! That achieved absolutely nothing. That achieved absolutely nothing. I'm guessing this auto saves. At least I'm hoping so. That achieved absolutely nothing. There's nothing here to switch the pipes. Big brain, let's go. Now, let me do this bit, and then we'll switch over to a little bit of the stuff on the webs and see what's going on there. I do want to cover that take by the guy, because it was bad. Nothing here. Can't go through there. I thought as much. That's gonna be where that crumbles. Sealback, what's your least favorite console? Oh, you said the Switch. Why the Switch? Why do you think it's the worst console you've ever owned? Run, 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 run. Whoa. Go, 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 buddy, go, buddy, go, buddy. We did it. We did it. I think the Switch is fine. The problem is, I buy Switch games and I can't. Like the frame rate dropping to 20 frames. That's bad, right? 20 frames is where I draw the line. I already felt sick playing Final Fantasy 16. Still trying to finish that, but I get motion sickness playing that game. Because that game drops down to the low 20s. Unfortunate, but it does. Yeah, this is a solid game. Oh, what is that? What is that? Can I go there? Can I go there? I think I'd give this a solid 8 out of 10. That totally was not what I was supposed to do. I need to get one over here. So let's place you here. New world. Let's see what we need. Oh shit. This is awesome, man. It's so, like, different. And trippy. So we need one that's gonna bring the ball here. Well, I think we've played enough. Let's switch to some news and see what's happening with the news. You guys okay with that? Talking about some takes? Let's see what we can laugh at. Alright, let's switch this up. Alright, we've got that there. Let's take the Game Pass sound off. And we want browser audio. Alright, we are good to go. Alright, so this was his take, right? And so, wait, you guys can't see this thing. Feel. No. That's the one. Move that can out the way. There we go. I'm back. I'm back. Right. So this is the one, right? So David Jaffe went into his chat room, into Reforgers. I mean, David Jaffe has been everywhere, right? And he had some things to say about him. And so this is what he said.
I was pushing back against.
That's
I was pushing back against. Jaffe came in. I don't know if he's still here. Jaffe came in and said that CEOs shouldn't be doing throw everything at the wall and make sure that it's and see if it sticks. And I was pushing back against that notion. I was like, but they're not. The stuff that they've done this gen has been very successful. The attachments of their accessories has been very good.
all right. So what David Jaffe is talking about, right, is the fact that the PSVR 2. They launched that with almost no first-party games. The third part and the games that are on there it might be from earlier today. I saw this. Someone tweeted it out earlier on. But like, I own a PSVR 2, right? And I think it was a colossal waste of money. I bought it because I like Horizon Forbidden West. I liked Horizon Zero Dawn. So I thought Horizon Call of the Mountain was actually going to be a solid gaming experience. In fact, it's just a climbing simulator. It pretty much lives up to the copy and paste kind of methodology of story driven games, except there is no story in there either. It's literally just climbing a mountain until you get to the top. But all the games that they've actually put on there, the ones that they hyped, do you remember when everyone was hyping Firewall? It's going to be the best game ever. And it turned out to be absolutely a whole crock of shit. And there was another game as well. What was the Xbox, that game that got released on Xbox, that Counter-Strike clone that got closed down real fast? It was so bad I forgot about it already. I'm sure some of you might remember what it's called. It was really, really bad. Like, it got shut down. And people were trying to say it was a Microsoft Studios game, but it wasn't. It was released on Game Pass. Remedy did the single-player campaign for it. Anyone remember what it was called? I really can't remember. But either way, that got announced for the PSVR 2. And from everyone mocking it and laughing at it because, the game was terrible. Crossfire X, that's the one, that's the one. Crossfire got announced for PSVR 2. And then the PS fans went from absolutely hating that game and laughing at that game and just mocking that game to now saying it's one of the greatest games ever. I just think the overall game when it released was just empty. It was so empty. The game modes were not very good. Like, overall, it just didn't feel right. And there was like this whole pay to win aspect to it as well. It just wasn't right. It was just rubbish. But I'm seeing a lot of PS fans actually hyping that as like a really good game for PSVR 2. The problem is, what David Jaffe here is saying, they've thrown the PSVR 2 at the wall. Yes, the hardware sold, but the actual software is shit. There's nothing there. Right? All they've done is taken the old games that were out 2-3 years ago and ported them across. They've taken the old PSVR 1 games and ported them across. But the problem is, you own them on the PSVR 1, so you kind of should own them on the PSVR 2, but a lot of them you have to rebuy. And no one's going to do that. I've actually got a Quest as well. So a lot of the games that are on there, my kids have already bought on the Quest. Why would they want to buy it on the PSVR 2? Like, they've released a piece of hardware that's completely redundant. The only thing that's going to sell that is first-party games. And at the time when I was talking about this on Twitter, people were saying, oh, but look at all these games that are on there. Yeah, but they're all bad. Barring like maybe 2. And they're like, well, what about Gran Turismo Racing? That's an add-on. That's not a separate game. Right? Gran Turismo 7 VR is good. But it's an add-on. Just like Resident Evil 4 VR. It's an add-on. I'm talking, where are the first-party games or the games exclusively made for it? I'm not mocking those games. But where are the games deliberately made for that? Right? It was free to play, and it was bad. And I feel like I was robbed paying over £500 for that headset. It's more expensive than my PS5. I bet it's going to be more expensive than the PS5 Pro. Right? And there's no support. And Sony has a huge track record of releasing the PSP, dropping support, releasing the PS Vita, dropping support, releasing the PSVR 1, dropping support, releasing the PSVR 2. It looks like they've already dropped support. And now they're releasing the PS Portal. And let's face it, right? You didn't even need the PS Portal. The PS Vita could do exactly what that's doing and more. They could have continued the Vita, but instead they chose not to. They could have made the Vita, they could easily release a firmware to make the Vita compatible with the PS5. There's literally nothing stopping them from doing that. And the remote play on there can work on the PS5. In fact, you can, if you jailbreak your PS Vita, you can already do it, right? You can actually go in and install a PS5 remote play and do it already. It's possible. So why isn't Sony doing this? Outside of wanting to, nickel and dime their fan base just that bit more. And so what David Jaffe is saying here is, all Sony's doing right now is just throwing everything at the wall and hoping something sticks and it becomes successful. Just because the hardware is selling doesn't mean that it's successful. If there's no software to back it up, you're only getting the price of the hardware. And most companies make a loss on the hardware. It's the attach rate that you get from the software that you actually make the money off. Do you think Microsoft will finally bring WoW to console via Game Pass? I think it's a possibility. I don't think we'll see it this year, for sure. But I think next year it's a possibility. I think being a console that can advertise that now you can play Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft is definitely going to be an appealing situation. They just need to make sure that the controller works for it. Yeah, I figured, but there's always a chance, right? Maybe start with Classic. They should have made the PSVR 2 compatible with PSVR 1 games because a lot of people have got games. Exactly. Like, honestly, my favorite game that I play right now on VR is there's a demo of Astrobot, and it has like 6 minigames in there. And if you look at my playtime with it, me and the kids, it's like the person wearing the headset is generally the bad guy and the one that the other 4 or 3 have to take out. But we just have a lot of fun with it. But as soon as we went to the PSVR 2, that game is gone. They didn't even port one of their best game demos onto it. It's not even a game, it's a demo, but it's like one of the best games on there. So now we spend more time on the PSVR 1 than we do on the PSVR 2 because there's just no games. I mean, there are games there, but there's no games. There's nothing worth playing. You can have a million games out there, but if none of them are worth playing, I guess that is subjective as well. But as far as I'm concerned, on my taste, there's just no games. All these people citing, oh, you've got Firewall, you've got this, and you've got that. And they don't even have a PSVR 2 to actually play them. They're just saying, it's a great game. It's like the idiot on Twitter today turning around and saying, man, look at this title screen. Spider-Man, Game of the Year. I'm like, for real? From a title screen? You didn't care about anything else in the game? It's ridiculous. Let's finish this.
So I was pushing back against that notion. I don't think that's a fair summary of what PlayStation's been doing this gen.
So all he's doing here is licking PlayStation's boots. I genuinely do believe that he has shares in Sony, because no one can be this. No one can be this bad, right? No one can be this. I mean, the PSVR 2, in my opinion, is a colossal failure. It maybe sales-wise, it did well, but software-wise, it is just a colossal failure. Let's see. Anything else? While he's trolling a dev, this is probably one of the best start screens we've seen this year. It's just a start screen. Come on, people, man. Jeez Louise. I'm genuinely lost when people are tapping over bloody start screens. That's Tower of Fantasy. Remnant 2. September is almost over. Who's ready for spooky season? Man, that's a blast to the past. Like, I've been seeing this so much. Like, why are people almost, fapping over this? It's just a remote play device. My Steam Deck can do it. My phone can do it. Like, why are people literally jerking over this device? Like it's the savior of PlayStation 5 and gaming. It's just a remote play device. I genuinely don't get it. Ah, I remember this. Who had one of these? This is awesome. Yeah, this one is going to be interesting because if this one actually turns out to be let's change this to this over here. Make it easier. Okay, that failed. That failed historically. That failed so bad that I actually felt how badly that failed. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'll take the L there. I will humbly take the L there. Yeah, so KOTOR got set to private, which I'm assuming means that they've basically decided that they're not going to continue working with Sony for this game. And whatever exclusivity deal they had with Saber and whatnot to build the game, I think that's gone. And now we know, well, as a rumor, I guess, so take it with a grain of salt, that one of the IPs that Bethesda is working on is a Disney IP. And it is not Indiana Jones, because that was already announced. Wouldn't it be hilarious if KOTOR became exclusive to Xbox? How pissed do you think they would be? How pissed do you think they would be? What's this all about? IGN just threatened IGN. What? Is what was said. If we, well, there's gonna be one reviewer. If Spider-Man less than a 9, I'm inviting you live on IGN Beyond to have words. I found this effing hilarious. This is seriously becoming a joke. Let's check this out. Did I say Tarkov? No, KOTOR. What's going on here?
I'm in love with this, and
now they're arguing about is the Game Pass sound coming through? It shouldn't be. Because I can still hear the game, but you shouldn't be. Okay.
I'm in love with this, and I'm going to predict it right now. We here at IGN, I say we, but it's going to be one person that's reviewing this game. I say we here, we're going to give this an IGN 9. And if we don't give it a 9 or higher, then I have an open invitation for the person that is reviewing this game to come on Beyond and let us share words with one another and talk about whatever you're going to give.
Akeem, hold on. They're going to do that no matter what, Akeem. That's regardless of the score they give it, they're going to come on the show and talk about this. It's the biggest PlayStation game of the year.
They're welcome to come talk about that. But also,
it's a weird bet.
I'm giving them an open invitation. I can't. Can I give them that? I'm just.
No, but
it's like you're betting that the sun's going to come out tomorrow morning. it's
I'm in love with.
That's crazy. They're already arguing that if it's not going to be 9 out of 10, they want them to come onto their show to justify why they didn't give it a 9. They want them to come onto the IGN Beyond show to justify why they didn't give it a 9. Where the hell was that for Starfield? Instead, we had some dude who didn't even know how the skill tree worked. That's a yikes. That is a massive yikes. Did you guys hear about the Lies of P? It's a Souls-based game. And people were crying that it was too hard. So they actually went and nerfed it. There were people that were asking for the studio to shut down because it was too hard. That's crazy to me. Is also, I mean, this video here is him saying that Xbox has no innovation. So what is quick resume? I missed my original PSP. I took that thing everywhere I went. It used discs and had no Wi-Fi capabilities. I miss those days. We didn't need to be online at all. The 360 did the what?
Out. That's probably true. Big if true. That tweet has been deleted, Lone Wolf. What did that tweet say? Wait, hang on. Yeah, I can't see that tweet. Incognito or logged in.
That's because you're probably blocked by Twitter.
The PS3 outsold the 360. That's what I'm saying. Like they didn't dominate. They didn't.
Is he on crack or something? The 360 up until the end of the life cycle absolutely destroyed the PS3. It was only towards the end of the 360's life cycle that Microsoft took their foot off the pedal and Sony caught up. Sony had like no games out for the PS3 when it first came out. They were absolutely ruined. Yeah, this guy is just a complete joke. I genuinely have no words to describe that guy. Unleashed, my honest review. PlayStation Master Race, of course he's gonna give it a 2 out of 10. How can you give it how can you give it an honest review when you're a pony? Especially Unleashed, who pretty much says Xbox should be shut down and removed. I never understand that logic. Right? Like, if you turn around and say, I want a competitor to disappear and become third party, right? What you're actually saying is, I want zero competition for my platform. Do you know what happens when there's zero competition for a platform? They dictate the market. They dictate the terms. They put prices to £200 a game. And if you don't like it, it doesn't matter. Because people will still pay for it in the end. And they will. They might not sell as much, but they won't need to because they're making over double the money. So, is that the future that people want? I mean, are these ponies that stupid? I mean, it's so silly that anyone would actually want either side to close down. I mean, Elden Ring is regarded as one of the easiest Souls-based games, right? Considering you can just make a mage-based character, you can just go that route and just murder everything. But him turning around saying, here is my honest review. Starfield is a major disappointment. I mean, you being on Twitter is a major disappointment too, buddy. After years of hype and anticipation, Bethesda has delivered a game that is buggy. No, it's not. Poorly optimized, maybe, on PC a little bit, and lacking in many key areas. I don't think so. The graphics are outdated, only on the NPC, only on the generic NPCs. Everything that actually matters is highly detailed. The combat is clunky, and the world is full of repetitive and uninteresting quests. What the fuck do you think Spider-Man's gonna do? Go kill 10 people, go arrest a guy, go do this, go do that. Exactly the same thing. Anyway, The main story is also weak and uninspired. I actually like the main story, actually. I think it's actually quite cool. Haven't finished it yet, so no spoilers, please. On top of all of that, Starfield is plagued by bugs. No, it's not. And performance issues. Again, I've not experienced any. I experienced some in the cities, but none in the open world. I experience crashes, freezes, and glitches on a regular basis. I call bullshit. The game also ran poorly, even on my high-end PC. I say rack on toast, mate. If you want to translate that, you can. Because I've got a 3090 Ti. I'm not saying that's high-end, like a 4090. But wasn't this guy the one that said he bought an i3 for his new build PC? An i3. And he's talking about high-end. Get the fuck out of here. I'm a big fan of Bethesda games, but Starfield is a major step back. If you say so, buddy. It's clear that the game was rushed out the door without being properly tested. What? It's the most polished Bethesda game of all time. I would not recommend this game to anyone. I wouldn't recommend anything you say to anyone. Here are some specific criticisms of the game. Graphics. The graphics in Starfield are simply not up to par with other modern games. I mean, there is some truth to that. The textures are muddy, the animations are stiff, and overall look, the game is dated. In some areas, yes, some areas, no. Combat. The combat in Starfield is clunky. Bollocks. The guns feel weak and inaccurate. Just because you can't actually, understand the mechanics of the game, that's a you problem and not a game problem. And the enemies are mostly bullet sponges. It takes me like one burst to take down enemies at the moment. The world of Starfield is vast, but it's also empty. Yet you are sitting there jerking over No Man's Sky and Star Citizen. Literally, you sit there wanking yourself off on how good the open world is on those games, and yet you're saying that this one is empty? At least this one generates hotspots for you to go to. They are literally barren planets. What the fuck is he on about? Main story in Starfield is weak and uninspired, the characters are forgettable, and the plot is predictable, the ending is unsatisfying. At least he didn't spoil it for people, right? Because I would have literally raged there. Bugs and performance issues. Starfield is riddled with bugs. I disagree. I mean, I played this on the Xbox Series X, I played this on xCloud, and I played this on my PC. I've encountered 2 bugs. 3 bugs. 1, the adoring fan was standing on the chair in the ship. 2, Sarah she kind of fused into the table. And 3, I tried to get into a place I really shouldn't have tried, and I made extra effort to try and get in there because I couldn't be bothered to go around the building, and I thought I could go under the stairwell, and I got stuck. That's a me problem. The game clearly told me, you should not do that. And I kept on doing it. That is it. That is only 3 bugs I experienced in probably about, 30 hours of gameplay. Because they're deflecting. They know right now that if they talk about, they can't say anything about Jim Ryan. But I'm not sure if you saw my video yet regarding Jim Ryan, but my opinion is he got pushed out. I think there was a massive ultimatum put towards him. The board, the people above him basically said, we are not happy with your confidence that this won't cause any problems for Sony and the PlayStation brand, right? Because Jim Ryan at the beginning turned around and said, this isn't a big deal. It's not an exclusivity thing. They're not taking Call of Duty away from us. But, this is pretty much them pushing their cloud-based and their Game Pass. Jim Ryan knew that. But I'm guessing Hiroki and others did not like that attitude, that kind of blasé attitude. And Jim Ryan was actually right in his assessment. Because Phil Spencer was never going to take COD off PlayStation. He never was. There was never any intention. They would lose too much money, right? And at the end of the day, I think they worked out that they would need an additional 2.5-3 million Game Pass subs to kind of balance out the loss of the PlayStation sales. That's a lot of subs that they need to pick up. Not saying that they can't, and they wouldn't, but I don't think it's worth gambling that, right? So leaving it on PlayStation and having more people able to play a multiplayer game, in my opinion, was the right decision. And I agree with Phil, it was the right decision. But the higher-ups didn't like it. His tune turned from, I'm okay with this deal, to, if this deal goes through, it will ruin PlayStation, we can't recover, this could be the end of PlayStation, I don't want a merger, I just want to block this deal. You can see how his tone went from passive to really aggressive. And what they clearly told him was, this deal needs to be blocked. Because if it's not blocked and you don't succeed in blocking this deal, we're going to lose a lot of money and you're going to have to step down and let someone else move in and try and recreate that. Because let's face it, the way Jim Ryan acted in court, around court, with the CMA, with the FTC, with the European Commission, does he still think that there's a proper relationship there that's not being kind of torn apart with him and Phil Spencer? They'll be, chummy when they see each other, but there is bad blood there. Jim Ryan, from wanting to actually sort something out originally and then going behind Phil's back and stabbing him in the back by going to Brussels and everywhere else, that's not a good move. So when he failed, they pushed him out. Do you think is not so? I think he's mentally insane, Carla. I genuinely believe that Reforge has something wrong with him up there. And I think, for me, what he did to Alex and Jez Corden, for me, was the final draw, right? I think that what he did, that what he said, no one in their right mind should ever say that. Only someone that is psychotic and mentally deranged would say something like that. Because let's face it, you got Tim Dog out there, right? You got MBG, you got Peter Ovo, Darius, you've got Unleashed, right? All of these people, you got that Dr. PS, whatever his name is. All of these people contribute in this console war banter, right? You give as good as you get. And I think we can all agree that that is pretty much how it works, right? We can all agree on that. They will throw shit one side, and then they'll get it back as soon as their game releases. It's give and take. It's never going to end. I think we can all agree on that. But to start accusing people of, deleting their save file, being the cause of them deleting their save file, and there's a reason why he said that, right? There's a reason why he said that. The reason why Reforge said that was because if, God forbid, and I hope it never happens, someone in the PlayStation community, or like MBG, decides one morning to wake up and delete their save file, God forbid, right? He's going to turn round and blame Jez Corden and Alex over this. Now, you have to be some fucked up, wacko arsehole to be able to come up with something like that. I know this might get demonetized, and I really don't care. But if you're going to make a statement like that, you are fucked in the head. Simple as that. There is no two ways about it. He's literally set up a ploy to be able to jump on it and capitalize off someone ending their save file for fucking clicks. Right? That is what he's doing. I'm a bit annoyed and angry, as you can tell, because this is just a fucking game here, right? And you're going to sit there and turn around and try to set up a stage where you can get fucking clicks over someone ending their save file, and you think you've got the high ground? That guy is fucking mentally insane. There is literally nothing you can say to me that can defend that level of fucking bullshit. Because it is bullshit. Nothing you can tell me will defend that. He is literally trying to capitalize over the potentiality of someone ending their save file. Now you tell me how sick in the fucking head you've got to be able to mastermind something like that and put it forward to your community so then they can rally on and support you in this. How sick in the head do you have to be able to come up with something like that? What he did there really, really got under my skin. Because at the end of the day, people have, told me to delete my save file. They've wished that my firstborn child had deleted, their save file got deleted. Just because I liked a game called Anthem. Yeah, just because I liked a game called Anthem and I was covering it and I enjoyed it. It's actually one of my favorite games. I really love Anthem. Other people might not, but I found something there and I enjoyed it. And it was just a game that I wanted to succeed. So I covered it. And because I was doing that, they were wishing my firstborn child's save file was deleted. Right? There are sick fucks out there. But then for him to be able to do this, and the only reason he's doing it is because my dude has 100,000 subs, and he's got 30,000 subs. So he's trying to get all chummy with MBG so he can, capitalize on that growth. It's wrong. It's wrong. He seriously needs help. I'm thinking of a businessman suit, and yeah, Reforge is a clown. What do you think about Lena Khan not being licensed and called out on it in court? I mean, I'm surprised nothing has happened regarding the fact that she's unlicensed and still doing what she's doing. She should be removed instantly. Reforge Gaming doesn't understand all games of some type of bugs in them. There's never a perfect game without a bug. There is not. I've worked in QA, right? We assess, sometimes there are bugs that we leave in there deliberately because there's no time. There's a release date. Like, there was a game that we were releasing. If we had to basically get that to Sony and Microsoft to sign it off, get it past their QA standards, because they have to do their testing, right, internally. And that needed to pass before the 31st, before the end of March, right? Because if it went into April, the balance books of the company I worked for would show a deficit of 3 million euros. And they did not want that at the end of their financial sales. They wanted that 3 million. So they released the game during a time when patching was not a thing. Because if they didn't release it, they would lose 3 million euros for that financial year. And it would look really bad on their books. But there are other stuff in there, like games I worked on, which are still there today. But the reality is the chances of you guys finding it is a Hail Mary. It's really, really hard to reproduce. But then there are just some bugs that are there that we just don't find, right? No matter how much we test it, we won't find it because there's only about 20 of us there. If you're in a big company, or if you're in a small company, there's only about 2-3 people testing it, or 5 people testing it. It's not like, the 100,000 people playing the game on a live server. That's the other thing. We don't play them on live servers. We play them on curated servers because we can't have the game leaking out. Once it's on the actual web, it leaks out. There's a chance that it can get out. So we have to play them on ideal, perfect conditions and servers. So, when it goes out into the masses and there's problems, it's kind of expected because we can't actually, especially on a live service game, we can't do proper testing. It's impossible. I was on his channel earlier this morning and I call him out on his bullshit all the time. I'm waiting for the time him and his mod creature ban me. He can't take it and tries to dish it out 100%. I agree with you 100%. And to top it off, able to shift the blame to someone else. Exactly. That's and that I mean, it's the fact that he set it up now. And if something, God forbid, happens to MBG, he's going to turn around and try to cancel Jez Corden and Alex. Mark my words, it's going to happen if that, God forbid that happens. The problem is with Reforge, if you speak out term, he bends and bans you, and I don't care. What happened there? Oh. I think that disappeared. Lena Khan should go to the US federal prison for a long time. I don't think she should go to prison. I just think she should just be removed from the job. Xbox had nothing to do with these games, but Xbox rent. I mean, that narrative speaks for itself, right? That narrative speaks for itself. I'm concerned about the future of PlayStation. Abandoned is gone. The Last of Us factions probably delayed by another 2-3 years because they're relying on a company that can't even get engagement from their own game. Knights of the Old Republic remake has pretty much disappeared and they've removed it from their channel. And Jimmy Boy was pushed out. Look at it. Now they're trying to downplay their situation. And it's just, this is a new thing that got introduced by Grums, and it's going to continue. It's honestly sad, but it shouldn't be that way, right? The rest of gaming waiting on Ryan McCarthy, Paul Tassi, and the other gaming journalists to drop the worrying state of PlayStation story. Surely they're hard at work on it, right? I say in a few years, PlayStation behind Xbox. With Nintendo, it's a really weird situation, right? The Nintendo could be having the worst year of their life, right? They could be having the absolute worst year. And all they'll do is, hey, we're releasing Mario Sunshine again. And then that's it. Everyone will go buy it. I don't mean to be offensive to Nintendo fans, but anything with the letter M on it, they will buy. Whether it's Metroid or Mario, it doesn't matter. Even if it's a re-release, it doesn't matter. They will go and buy it. So Nintendo is in a league of its own. They will just, their fans are crazy. My prediction is by the end of the year, PlayStation will not be number one. I haven't seen anything what can convince me what PlayStation are doing right now. So I think Xbox themselves have some ways to go, right? I think one of the areas that Xbox does right now fail in is those kind of story-driven action-adventure games. It doesn't really have any of those, and there is a big market for those people. And what Microsoft need to do is kind of get some of those games, and Redfall could have been one of those games. But ZeniMax decided that they wanted to take a single-player game and turn it into a live service. And as the game was developing, well, even the developers at that point didn't like what was happening with Redfall. So they wanted to cancel Redfall. But ZeniMax insisted that they continue with it. And well, you saw the end result. When there's no passion from the developers to continue making the game, you get a shit product. They've fixed a lot of it now. But people remember what came out, not where it is. Like, look at Star Wars Jedi Survivor. When that came out, it was getting like 5s and 6s because of just how bad the performance was. But they fixed it now. But who cares? No one's talking about it. No one's thanking them for fixing it a year later. You paid your $70 for a game at the time for it to work. And no matter whether it's EA, Sony, Microsoft, you expect it to work. And if it doesn't, that's wrong. But one of the fields that Microsoft is severely lacking in is story-driven games. Even if they're one and done. You can put some microtransactions in there, whatever, to try and cover some of the costs. But at the end of the day, they need those games. Games like Hellblade 2. story-driven games. We've got, you've got like your Elder Scrolls 6 that's going to come. You've got your Avowed, but these are like open world, massive RPGs. I'm talking just tailored, like Siphon Filter, a story-driven game. Not Siphon Filter, sorry, Splinter Cell. You need these games to cater for that market, because there is a market there, and that is one of the fields that Xbox is severely lacking. They even try to turn Halo into an open world. Like, there's no need for it. Some games should just be left on to their devices. If they can get that market, then I assure you, Xbox will move up, and they will move up really, really well. But they're lacking in one of the key areas. And also, they need to go to developers and tell them to actually utilize the Series X's potential, because they're not. No game is using direct storage. No game is using SFS. No game is using the other technology that allows for faster loading and frame generation. They're not using it. They're not using any of this stuff that the Series X can do. They're not using the velocity architecture at all. So, all this, for the longest time, the Xbox has been handicapped by games that just aren't utilizing the hardware. They're utilizing the Series S hardware and then bumping up the textures. At least Xbox first-party games should be utilizing these. Because if the Xbox was utilizing that for games like Starfield, those loading screens would be almost non-existent. It'd be instant. Right? And we can see that Turn 10 Playground Games with Forza Motorsport 8, they are utilizing that hardware. They are utilizing the potential of the Series X. And it shows. And that's good. But you need other first-party developers to do that as well. But, Sony has a parity clause in place, which literally prevents developers from utilizing the hardware within the Series X. Did you know that? That Sony actually has, when they go to developers for multi-platform games, they impose a parity clause that the Series X version of the game cannot be better than the PlayStation one. And so when you handicap a console where it can't use its features, and you basically turn around and say, no direct storage or any of that because it's going to push ahead of the PS5, you get a handicapped version of the game. Unless we're talking about Callisto Protocol, who deliberately decided to degrade the game and then started crying that no one bought their game on the the Xbox side. Well, good. You get what you deserve when it comes to that sort of shit. Oh, look at this one. I don't understand why this guy keeps appearing on my timeline. I'm not following him. When the fuck did I follow him? At least now I know why he's appearing on my timeline. It's not illegal. Xbox used to do it as well, but the consoles used to be, during the 360 era, they were pretty much similar in stature. And when Xbox did it, it wasn't where PlayStation couldn't utilize any hardware, just it couldn't have any additional features in terms of parity. But Sony pushed it that one step further and basically said that it can't perform better. So they had to prevent certain technological advancements from Xbox from going through. That's why a lot of the games that you see don't perform as well. This is what I was talking about. Exactly the same thing. It was quite funny. At IGN, wow, it's like that at IGN. The fuck kind of bullshit is this? You're going to have words if someone at IGN gives Spider-Man 2 a lower score than a 9? Let me guess, Dan will be reviewing it, right? Of course. And I mean, if you're going to come out and make a statement like this, how can you take any review coming out today as serious? Like, I saw a review on Steam 2 days ago. Was it 2 days ago? Was it yesterday? Where someone played Starfield for 151 hours and said they didn't enjoy any of it and gave it a thumbs down. Who in their right mind plays a game for 151 hours and then turns around and says that they didn't enjoy it? I mean, 151 hours is a lot of time, right? Final Fantasy 16 nominated. Rebirth has been nominated as well. Oh, Most Wanted game. I could see that. This is a little off topic, right? But for anyone that's ever played Final Fantasy 11, I don't know if anyone has. It came out in the year 2002, I think. It's my favorite MMORPG of all time. Like, if you're looking for something that's got adventuring at its core, this is it. There was no hand holding back then for quests. You kind of just had a brief description and you just had to go and find it. Oh, I love this fun. This was my favorite. Still to this day, this and 14 are my favorite Final Fantasies. But graphically, what they've done with the Unreal Engine, yeah, I'm really impressed. I'm really, really impressed. And it's something, if you have enjoyed 11 in the past, definitely consider checking this video out. Unreal Engine reimagines Final Fantasy 11. It looks amazing. Definitely something you want to have a look at. It's a bit off topic, I know, but everyone's now just going after the title screens, as you can see. For anyone that doesn't know or heard and didn't believe it was true, you can actually find loot in some toilets in Starfield. But, you know, when it comes to the situation with Reforge, the guy's a tool. Literally a tool. And I think, you know, my personal opinion, Twitter should ban him because his takes are getting so egregious that he should just not be allowed to even talk. What do you guys think about Larian Studios' producer has been hired by the Fable team? I think that could be interesting. I know people are downplaying it like producer does nothing, but then you've got someone like Yoshi P, who pretty much revolutionized Final Fantasy XIV. Green Goblin, all I will say about Starfield is this. I personally do not think it's a 10 out of 10 game, right? That's just my opinion. I haven't finished the story yet, but I do think it has moments where it can hit a solid 9. I also think it has moments when it can hit a solid 8. So I think around 8.5, about 8.5, 8.7 is about right for the game. That's my personal opinion as of right now from what I've played. In terms of just the core game, right? But it is a very slow burner. It's a very slow burner. It takes around 10 hours before you finally start to open up and enjoy the game. The more you invest in Starfield, the more you get back. My criticisms about Starfield are probably going to be its skill tree. I think some of the stuff should be retroactive. If I'm picking locks, and I opened 30 locks, but I haven't managed to get my skills in there, when I open that node up, it should retroactively fill that up. Otherwise, I've been wasting my time. Right? So, and leveling, unless you're doing the leveling exploit with the outpost, is extremely slow. And it gets slower and slower as you get the level. So everyone is going to that kind of leveling structure to build an outpost, get 500 levels, and then continue. But it shouldn't be that slow. I think the leveling system, the amount of XP that you need should be re-examined and made a little bit faster, so you don't need to do that. Well, I'm off into hospital to have an operation once I come out. I've got plenty of time to lay back and play. Yeah, just give it time. The more you invest in it, the better. And you'll enjoy it. I think you'll enjoy it. When I first started playing Starfield, it was really slow. There's a lot of mechanics that it explains to you, that goes, that it tries to teach you, show you, and just soak that all in. Don't rush it, and you'll get to where you need to get to in due course. But it's a solid game, and once you get to that moment, once you hit that, that moment of, how can I put it? Once you hit that moment, that spark, it just opens up and you can't put it down. I'd have played a lot more if I wasn't making like 1-2 videos a day, working a 9-to-5 job, trying to get some sleep. Because trying to get some sleep is definitely a thing. I think this is a valid criticism as well. Can you see the filter on here? That's the filter. That's with the filter. That's without the filter. It looks so much more vibrant, so much better, but your performance also tanks. I think that's why they put it on there, so your performance doesn't get hit anymore, because it has to render less colors than this one does with its vibrancy. But it's still I think they should remove it. XP required to level up caps at 10k. Yeah, but I'm like getting, what, 30 XP a kill, or is it 100 XP a kill that I'm going around? It's not much. Maybe if I was getting like 250, 300 XP a kill, that would be better. I mean, all they need to do is just up the amount of XP that you get for killing bugs and wildlife and enemies to maybe double, and it should be fine. What the hell is all that? Redfall 30. Jesus. There are 7 lonely souls playing Xbox's Redfall. Hey, that might have been me, because I was playing it. I actually think it's not a bad game. Is it really? It is 1:05 AM. But, yeah, is there anything else you guys want to talk about? Any other topic? Of course. The Red Dragon will always post stuff there. But, he always posts stuff to trigger. Look, this is something else you guys need to understand, right? Can you see this blue check mark? It means they earn money. So when they make a post and they get this sort of an engagement, they don't care what is in the comment section. All they care is that they triggered people enough to make those comments, to put those likes and retweets, and actually view this thing so he can make money. That's it. Ever since Elon Musk allowed you to earn money, people like Red Dragon, Nicola, literally just post to make money. They post something controversial to trigger people, and people keep falling for it. And they keep making money off it. It's silly, but what are you going to do? But this is Elon Musk's doing, right? These people here are just trying to capitalize on it. Like, he's bad. People are finally noticing how these Xbox concubines move. What did it? So, civilized animals. Okay. Stating facts. Okay. Okay, this was a stupid take, right? I'll give him this one. That was a stupid take. That was dumb. Snap shouldn't have posted that. I mean, I know they're going to try and attack the title screen, but this title screen gating is just dumb. I mean, this is factually true. PlayStation has nothing planned for this year outside of Spider-Man. Do they even have any first-party games planned for next year? I mean, I know you've got third-party games like Stellar Blade, you've got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which are third-party, but do they have anything first-party? You mean Phil Spencer? MLB The Show. That's not even first-party anymore, because that goes to Xbox. Thank you, AMD. I'm sure the 69 players across both Immortals of Avium and Forspoken combined are extremely excited to test out your brand new technology. Like, what a stupid take. The reason why these games are being tested for the FSR3 is because they are so taxing on your graphics card. Why wouldn't you test your games on something that is graphically demanding? I mean, I guess what PMS Jordan wants is someone to go and test FSR3 on Pac-Man or Centipede on the Atari, on an emulator running, you know, the Atari 2600. Is that what PMS Jordan wants? Like, what type of a stupid take is that? I mean, you tell me. If you was a graphics card manufacturer, would you test your graphics card features out on the most demanding games out there that are struggling with modern PCs, or would you test it on something that can run 7,000 frames per second anyway? I know what I would do. Honkai Star Rail. Yes, some of this stuff is from my other YouTube channel where I cover games with like Tower of Fantasy, a little bit of Honkai Star Rail and stuff like that. I found the dumbest tweet of the day. Spider-Man 2 Star Screen is literally just a screenshot from the game. You wasn't saying that about Starfield, was you, Mr. Pony? Let's leave that at that. I would do both, but for the seriousness, I would be Cyberpunk and Starfield. But Starfield and Cyberpunk, I don't think will push. I mean, for certain people, you know, they couldn't get 60 FPS entirely with Forspoken. They were running it at like 30, 35. It couldn't go above. And on certain graphics cards that couldn't get above 30, 35 frames per second, they're hitting 100 now. That's a huge kind of advancement. On something like Starfield, where you're getting between 50 and 60 anyway, if it's going to hit to like 80, it's just not that big of a demonstration. You want it to be taxing and then see a massive improvement. And that's what they did. Here we go. Now you see the hypocrisy. Didn't I tell you guys? Nothing was said when Starfield. That's why I posted what I posted just there. Was trash and the title screen was bashed, but when you sarcastically do the same exact thing, they don't keep the same energy. I mean, of course, Meth Guy isn't going to do that. Yeah, that's what I mean, Jesse. Look at Cocoon. This is the game we were playing earlier today. Open Critic 90. I'm actually really happy this game is doing well. I think it deserves it. I think it's a solid 8, 9 out of 10. It's a really, really fun game. Of course Dreamcast guy is going to be there. Did you have any doubts? But Eurogamer, IGN, God is the Geek. Half of these things I haven't even heard of, but you know, it's clearly getting some really nice scores. The fact that it's at 90 means that someone gave it like a 2 out of 10 because it's a puzzle game. But I think that this game is awesome and it's worth the money. And it's day one Game Pass too, so you don't even have to pay for it. Jump in, have fun, enjoy. It is a puzzle game, primarily a puzzle game, but as we saw, it's actually a really good puzzle game. Just tell him to go to a gas giant. He'll be fine. Or tell him to land on one. Oh! The new Cuphead update skips PS4 and will be exclusive to Xbox PC. What? That move will kill the game. Cuphead was an Xbox and PC exclusive for a long time. It will be fine. Okay. Xbox and Xbox community exclusives is anti-consumer. Oh, look at the ponies. They're so damage controlling. It will probably release on the Switch and PlayStation during their anniversaries. It released on Xbox first and was exclusive for a long time. I mean, at least it didn't take as long as the... Oh, wait, it did. Oh, wait, that took a while to come to PlayStation. Well, there's another exclusive for us for a while. IGN is not biased in favor of PlayStation, by the way. Media bias does not exist against Xbox. But if you give Spider-Man anything less than a 9, you need to come on my show and explain to me why you gave it less than a 9. Because I'm not having it. And I'm not allowing it. That was a quote from IGN. Raiden Shogun. What game is this? Not saying. This is the filter thing that I was talking about. You actually see it here much better.
Hello.
Can you see how it's like? Can you see how it's really nice, and then it gets that really nasty filter? Can you see it? I just don't see the need for it. I know some people like it. I just think it just ruins. I think it just takes away from the game. I don't think they should have added that filter. They could have optimized it so it doesn't need it. What's your thoughts? What do you prefer, it with the filter or without the filter?
Hello.
I mean, the mods actually remove the filter entirely. I mean, I understand not every video game needs to look vibrant, but at the same time, some of the filters are just... I mean, if you go into New Atlantis, go into a store, go right back, and you'll see New Atlantis. It looks absolutely amazing. And then when you come out, it's got like that green tint over it. Oh my god, Stalker 2 is nominated for the most wanted game. I forgot about that game entirely, I'm not gonna lie. Do we even know when it's coming out? Credit to the guys though, they are still working hard despite all the hardships that they're enduring. Why PlayStation fans are cheering CEO's departure? I mean, they are in so much crud. Damage control, it's not even funny. IGN is going to get ridiculed over this for, again, a long, long time. That's Spider-Man 2 Sony quality. That's Spider-Man 2. That's not Spider-Man 2. Someone tell me that's... Someone tell me that's not Spider-Man 2, please. Ah! And, please someone tell me that's not Spider-Man 2. Holy shit. That's Spider-Man 2. They're laughing at Starfield. Where is it? Oh damn, that looks insane. That looked good. Maybe she uploaded it here. No, she did not. But say what you will about Cyberpunk.
There's one thing I can tell you about this.
It does look nice. It looks really, really nice. If you have the graphics card to play it. I mean, it looks pretty solid. That's gonna get me demonetized. But yeah. So wait, what about Cyberpunk? You know, the devs did very, very well in order to keep that train going. Let's go to YouTube. Alan Pierce.
My channel is sponsored by TheChaosLounge, which means
Videos. I'm sorry, I tried to put it down as much as I could. Which one is it? The game industry sucks anyway. We have questions about Starfield's design. Oh, she actually managed to fly into the sun. This one hit? Okay, let's see.
today's video is probably going to be a bit of a bummer. It happens sometimes. I don't know what the solution to the problem is, but I am deeply concerned. And
Is the sound good for this? Volume
before
good?
we go any further, I want to acknowledge that everything I'm about to say in this video is not exclusive to the games industry. It's more exclusive to the system, capitalism. But the games industry is the industry that I love and that I care about and that I'm passionate about and that I think about 24/7 and exist in. So that is the center of the conversation, even though I am aware other industries deal with the same issues. If you haven't already heard, Epic Games, known for the Epic Game Store and Fortnite, and many a very profitable property, has just laid off a significant number of its workforce including a lot of people I know who work in game development. And it's been very weird to watch people at other companies who've also had layoffs this year be like, to everybody at Epic who got laid off, we have job listings. Because the truth is that it is after a number of other companies have also had layoffs in 2023, which, as a reminder, is also the year that has brought us fantastic video games. Funnily, a very good year for video games and a very bad year for the games industry.
So, something I want to say there, right? So, during the pandemic, the amount of gaming content that was consumed was astronomical. Where people were losing their jobs, where people were stuck at home, where people weren't spending money outside at the pubs or anywhere else, they were consuming with video games. Those 2-3 years were one of the biggest financial earnings for these games companies. They earned a lot. So they wanted to churn out as much as they could because people weren't spending their money. And what they were doing was spending it on video games. So the hiring process went through the roof to try and keep up with that fast-paced level of delivering content. The problem is, the pandemic ended. People started going out. They started playing games less. They started buying games less. If that happens, that hits the bottom line. And the easiest, eventually, it's basically that boom-bust situation of economics. We hit the bust, and the money wasn't coming in. Sure, people are saying, well, the CEOs could have taken less money and kept those people employed there, but they're not doing anything. Would you employ... I mean, this is a genuine question, right? I'm going to ask you a genuine question, and I want you to be honest with your answer. You own your own business. You've got 100 developers working for you. They are working very hard. They are maxed out at 8 hours a day, fully booked. They've got fully billable timesheets. Everything is great. Suddenly, we come out of the pandemic. 50% of your workforce is now sitting there watching YouTube, is not billing anything. There's no work. This continues for 6 months. Would you continue to still employ that 50%? As harsh as it sounds, would you continue to employ that 50% who is sitting there, coming into the office, watching YouTube, watching Netflix, watching Crunchyroll, because they literally have nothing to do? That's my question to you. Would you still keep them employed? I'm guessing there's a stream delay. But I'm going to continue with the video, and just let me know in the chat and we'll revisit the questions, the answers that you give.
And the thing about Epic is they're one of those companies that has like so much money that when you even try to rationalize it, it just sounds made up. It's like almost $40 billion valuation. They are very significantly owned by Tencent, which is one of like the biggest companies in the world. And year over year, their profits increase, their margins increase. And yet, for some reason, their labor workforce still has to decrease, or so they have said. I mean, some of these people who lost their jobs found out which other colleagues lost their jobs today in the games industry because of Twitter. Like, you kind of just don't know which person of the grab bag of people that just got laid off is.
See, I think that's bad, right? Finding out through other means that people that you worked with have been laid off through social media is BS. Where I worked previously for a games company, when they were laying off people, and they had a really high turnover of people, they would lay off around 300-400 people every quarter, right? Every quarter, you'd get like a 300-400 people amount of staff that would just disappear. And over the year, they're just during that dry spell, because it was contract work, and that's how the games industry works, they let you go. 400 people just disappears overnight. And then as soon as it gets busy again, they re-employ for the graveyard shift or whatever to refill that time slot again. But what Epic Games did here, they bought Mediatonic, Fall Guys. It looks like they onboarded all of their own staff and then turned around and said, right, Mediatonic, we don't need you anymore. And I think that was, that's the way of the world, but it is bullshit. You know, this time of the year, it's bullshit. But Steve, that's the problem. They are building another game, but they only need 50% of the resources to make that game. But that's why I said 6 months. There's clearly no other projects there coming in or stuff for you to work on. After a certain period, you kind of have to let it go. Like where I work right now, in the company I'm working for, our work rota is really, really low, right? Some weeks we're really busy. Some weeks it's like catching flies. If that continues, I'm going to be out of a job. It is that simple. It is just the way it is. It's not nice. And I think what companies do now is wait until around Christmas to lay people off. We've seen this last year and this year, and I think that is bullshit. At least get the timing right. And tell the people that this is happening. You've got your 2 months notice, whatever. You're going to be laid off. Go find another job. Don't just spring it on them. You already know from advance that you're going to get rid of these people, because these, the CEOs, the CTOs, HR, they already know, a month or two ahead who's actually going. They're having these discussions on a daily basis. So they should be in a position where they can pull certain people aside, make them sign an NDA where they can't talk about the situation, because obviously the moment someone starts talking about it, it's mass panic in the office. Sign them an NDA so they can't talk, but give them at least 2-3 months notice to know that they're going, and then they can at least look for another job.
Gone. And what kills me about this is that I've said it so many times on this channel. I know people know it to the extent that it almost doesn't mean anything, but game development is really hard. We know, guaranteed, that a lot of these people who just got laid off have given up countless nights and weekends and taken time away from their families and not taken trips so that they could work hard to end up getting laid off at the end of the day anyway. I feel like
that's actually true, right? She's not bullshitting there. When I worked in the games industry, and one of the reasons I actually stepped away from the games industry was because the company I worked for was paying me £6 an hour, and they had me on 3-month contracts because they didn't offer permanent contracts, right? But if I didn't work when they wanted me to work, they openly told me that you would not have your contract renewed. And that was my full-time job, right? That was my full-time job. And that was common knowledge. If you turned down the overtime, they paid you for overtime, they paid you time and a half. But if you turned overtime down, there was a good chance that your contract at the end of your 3 months tenure would not be renewed. So there was a period where I was working up to double shifts, right? For almost 40 days straight. It absolutely killed me. And it was at that moment I realized that enough was enough. I can't do this. I come home as a goddamn zombie, and my family was suffering for it. So she is 100% right in this. But the higher ups don't care. They paid you peanuts because QA doesn't get paid anything in the games industry, right? But I was working between 8 hours and 12 to 14 hours on a daily basis, up to 14 hours on a daily basis. Sure, the pay was good at the end of the month, especially with the overtime and stuff. But, up to 40 days without a single day off. And if I actually wanted to turn down one of the weekends because I had like a family engagement or I had something else, that meant that I could lose my job. This is how the games industry works when it comes to developers.
It just kills me. It's so hard to rationalize like how exploitative these mega corporations can be with people's literal lives. Like, you literally only live once, and they will take everything they possibly can from you, take all of your hours, take all of your energy, tell you it's not good enough, and then half the time change the company directive in 2 months' time so the thing you were working on that you were told you had to give a deadline for, or you had to meet the deadline for, doesn't matter in 2 months anyway, and they completely change their minds. Or they'll just lay you off anyway because the labor's too expensive, regardless of the fact that they have year-over-year profits. They are.
I'm assuming some of you here are working in the US. I'm sorry, not working, but you live in the US. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the policies in the US is that if you work for a company for a whole year straight, employed, you are entitled to full-time benefits. At least that's what I heard. So knowing that, what EA does, this is actually an EA policy. They employ you for 11 months. They let you go on the 12th month, so you're not entitled to those full-time benefits. And then they re-employ you, if you want to, on the 13th month. Yeah, that happens. That's a policy of theirs. That happens in the UK too. It's great. Yeah, it does in the games industry. It does. EA does it here in the UK as well. They do it in the US and in the UK. But it's crazy how exploitative the games industry is, especially for QA.
They are a profitable company. They are successful. And then the people who, work in the games industry, who have all this games industry experience, just have to find the next company that will do that. Just kind of on a cycle over and over again. And the reason I say that it's unsustainable is that the current growth model in the games industry is like so wildly out of hand that I feel like there has to be a crash. AAA games are so incomprehensibly expensive. They also take a really long time to make. We are at 5+ year game dev cycles at this point for a lot of AAA studios. 5+ years, millions and millions and millions of dollars, hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands in some cases, of employees, who a lot of whom get hired as contractors. I feel like that's like such a big problem in the games industry that I don't know how the media hasn't tried to cover yet. It's very bizarre to me that there is so much contract work in the games industry where contracts just get cut off and these people aren't earning any healthcare. And it's also a really bad problem in games because people are competing with each other. Say you have 2 contract producers and they know that a game's about to ship. They're going to start like sabotaging each other and competing with each other in order to try to stay employed. This is like consistent across the games industry that video game development is actively hurt by contractors. All these people who should be employed full-time but aren't. And like when you get to the end of this, 5+ year dev cycle, some people will start leaving because they recognize there are going to be cutbacks. Others get laid off, just causing this like constant anxiety for so many people who work in this industry who just have no idea if they'll stay employed. And then as the projects get bigger and more expensive, the impact that has on game development just becomes bigger and bigger as well. So not only do you have an industry where you have to have people who are incredibly skilled at things that are not that transferable, they also generally have to be pretty damn passionate, especially in the case of engineers. They could all make way more money if they didn't work in video games. Go work in software engineering. But the point is that they all really love video games, who are just laid off like it means absolutely nothing regardless.
That was the case with me as well. Like, I really, really, despite the long hours, the shit conditions, the shit pay, I really enjoyed working where I worked. It was so nice to be, to work in an industry that you love, you enjoy, and with like-minded people. But in the end, I had a family, so if they're not paying me enough to, I mean, the money I was getting wasn't enough to pay my rent. Let that sink in. And they didn't care, because what they told me was, to my face, there's another 10 people waiting to take your job, so if you don't like it, piss off. Yeah, that's how the games industry was. That was the attitude back when I used to work in the industry in 2008, 9, 10, somewhere around there.
Regardless of the time they put in, it can be 10 years in some cases. It can be like a huge chunk of their lives. Again, so many occasions that these people, these human beings have spent on working just for a company to lay them off because it didn't make enough money. It's not like it didn't profit or wasn't successful versus the previous year. It just wasn't successful enough versus the previous year. Like it's unbelievable. It's crazy that the system considers a plateau to be a failure. Like, oh, you're only making 30 billion 2 years in a row? Ugh. Like literally shareholders will pull out because the way the whole system functions is they all just need to make more money all the time. And there's only so much money. So you just gotta fire people over and over and over again to give the beast what it needs. Ugh. But yeah, we have this incredibly long growth cycle now where it's become doubly unsustainable because every time you hire somebody new in game development, that cost is like very high. Not only is it like high and that you might have to pay a bonus or you have to go through the negotiations.
There's the whole
it's that you also have to cash somebody up. You can't just join a brand new studio, especially when different studios run on different engines. You don't know how far through production a certain company is. There are weeks, maybe even a month, where they can't actually really do any work because you're just paying them however much you give somebody in a month to just get caught up. And then you have to do this every time there's another round of layoffs because the industry can't sustain itself and keeping everybody on board. Even though, again, projects are only getting more expensive and dev cycles and production cycles, like the things that would have happened at Epic, not necessarily dev, just at Epic, are just getting bigger and bigger and longer. You're spending more money, you're hiring more people, you're taking more time, you're laying off more people. And it's this like vicious cycle where the solutions are obviously layoffs or monetization. It's monetizing games. It's figuring out how to make FIFA Ultimate Team for every single game. Like honestly, FIFA Ultimate Team is like such a problem in my head because it's like it makes so much money and is so renewable. You only have to make the card art for a FIFA Ultimate Team card once, right? And you are constantly already marketing it to the same people who've already bought FIFA or EAFC now, but you get what I mean. And every year it makes so much money and costs ultimately so little that it causes every other publisher in the games industry, because of the literal society that we live in, every publicly traded company, there will be shareholders being like, why aren't you making Ultimate Team money? Make Ultimate Team money. How haven't you figured out how to make some infinitely renewable, very easy source of income where we can repeatedly charge players for something that is so cost effective? And like, don't worry about the game part. It's that part that matters. And then gamers hate that. And so they just get really upset with the games industry, and people will talk about voting with their wallets. But the problem is, in my head, people do vote with their wallets. People are voting with their wallets. You can talk about voting with your wallet all you want to, but you're already doing it. You can talk about don't pre-order games, don't buy a game if you don't know the quality. It's an insane thing to do. And you can have that conversation as much as you want, but people are still doing it. You can have the conversation about how much you hate microtransactions or live service games as much as you want, but they still make so much money. Like the conversations are irrelevant. The mobile market in China and Japan is so appealing to every company on the planet. It makes so much money. So vote with your wallet. Like, yeah, people are already voting with their wallets. Their wallets are saying, we like microtransactions, actually. You don't have to put as much time into making that, and we will spend more money on that.
I mean, just look at Genshin Impact, right? I know some of you may have played it, may not have played it, but they are making somewhere in the region of around, I think it's like $70 million a month, $80 million a month. And they've been making that money pretty consistently since the game came out. Some months they hit over $100 million just for the month, right? Call of Duty Mobile makes $7 million a day, right? Probably more now. Honkai Star Rail, another gacha game, makes somewhere in the region of $50 to $70 million. Nikkei, makes somewhere in the region of about $100 million a month. There is no games out there that are AAA makes the money that mobile games make. Period. None of them do. And that's why most of them are switching over to this, mobile gacha live service game model, which is free to play. On paper, it's free to play. But we all know that really, if you want to progress realistically, you're going to have to invest some money. Most people can't control what they're doing. Like the game I play at the moment on my other channel is called Tower of Fantasy, right? And I've seen people who pulled an A6 version of the character, so you need 7 copies of the character to hit their ultimate form. And then they went on Reddit and was begging for people to give them money because their bank account was $300 overdrawn and they couldn't buy food for 3 weeks. It's so predatory. But at the end of the day, if people are spending, these companies are going to keep on taking. People just don't have self-control, and these companies know it. It's the same with FIFA Ultimate Team, the same with gacha games, it's the same with everything. And no matter how many times I turn around to my community over there and I tell them, look, you don't need to spend any money. I show them easy ways where they can actually get characters without spending any money. They think that they can go and, keep up with whales and put themselves into trouble. It's a sad situation. But mobile gaming is big money. That's why you've got all these companies now just releasing open world games with a gacha mechanic to it, because it just brings in so much money. Just look at Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis. It's a huge success. It's making tons of money at the moment. It's enough money that Square Enix has announced the Steam version. I mean, I enjoy the game, right? I actually personally really enjoy Tower of Fantasy. It's why I cover it on my other channel as the main game, right? But no matter how many times I tell people, don't go for a character if you don't have 120 pulls already in the bank. Because you'll feel like absolute shit if you don't, and you're going to end up spending, which is what the company wants. I tell them so many times, but people don't listen because they're so addicted to that mentality. No matter how much I try to stop them, some of them listen. I mean, the best way I tell them to play these games, if you are going to play it, any free-to-play game, is to treat it like a subscription. They usually have like a £10 a month or something like that, where you can pay and you get like a bunch of goodies. Treat it like a subscription, and at least you'll get something in return that will help you along the way. But, she's right. She's 100% right. Mobile gaming in China is huge. MiHoYo was one of the first companies to hit 5 billion revenue, and they did it in half the time of like so many other companies releasing games. They were one of the fastest in the world to hit the 5 billion mark. And that's just because you had, at the time, you had all these major content creators like Asdacross and whatnot. What's the word I'm looking for? Not galvanizing. Glorifying. One more pull, one more pull, one more pull. And they were doing this consistently. Like it was nothing, because they get, as a content creator, when you go and spend money in a gacha game, you can write that off. And so you don't pay the tax on that. You just instantly write it off. There's tax benefits for that. Also, if you're a big content creator like Tectone, then the companies actually give you like 30 or 100 or 200 pulls that you can use during your stream, and then anything over that you pay for yourself. They do that. But these people don't get that, and they fall for that trap. Like if you watch any of my Tower of Fantasy streams over on my other channel, Chaos Run ZYT, you'll see I'm as real as it's gonna get, and that really pisses off Tencent a lot because they don't like it when I'm telling people don't go for this character because it's not very good, or don't do this or don't do that because it's hurting their bottom line. But I will still say that because it's the right thing to do.
More of that. And the problem with that is like those monetization strategies, again, the ones that are actually cheaper and thus more profitable, require
Pretty
less
much,
people
Steve.
to make.
Pretty
I
much.
just feel like we're in this horrible and terrifying cycle of the games industry is a really scary place to be for a lot of people because layoffs are so consistent, and you know, these people have lives and jobs and families that they have to take care of outside of the hours that they work really hard for these companies who don't care about them. And they get laid off, and that saves the company a little bit of money, but it's still never enough because again, you have to have year-over-year growth or you're failing for some reason. Just being billion-dollar profitable is not enough profit. So then you have to figure out ways to make money cheaper, follow the trends that work. It's just a cycle that's like squeezing people into this narrower, more
Because the
terrifying
shareholders
space
keep pushing for
where
more.
everyone's just trying to exist and trying to make really fun stuff and trying to continue to make video games. Like, of course, there are exceptions to what I'm talking about, but this is a reality for a lot of people, and a lot of people I know have been laid off at some point. Like, and it just sucks. It's an industry that so many people love so much, that so many people are so passionate about and spend so much time and put so much of themselves into, that I think at this point is like an untamable beast. Like it just, I don't know where it goes from. I can make a video saying support the games you love, anything that you don't like, get a refund for. Don't just even like review on it or comment on it. That doesn't matter to capitalism. That doesn't matter to the CEO who's just seeing that they made $1 billion. You literally have to ask for refunds. You have to take that money away. Your tweets don't matter. I promise. They don't care. Negative YouTube videos, that stuff doesn't actually matter to people making $8 billion a year. You have to ask for refunds. Stop pre-ordering games. Legitimately, if you love a game, buy it twice. Or, and I'd love to ask people to do this, but I think that every person would get corrupted, buy stocks in companies that are doing things you like to try and reinforce that they're doing things you like. But I really do think that like very few people would be able to resist the, wait, I dip my toe in this, but if I buy stocks in this one, I'll be richer next week. Like I think majority of humans are just like so susceptible to that system. And there's just no
exactly what I was saying about Tower of
It
Fantasy,
needs more
right?
money. It does not care about the people who care
Exactly the
about
same
it.
mentality.
It fucking sucks. It really sucks. I'm so sorry
She's
to my
right.
friends at Epic who got laid off, to everyone else who's been laid off this year across the games industry, across games media, of course, across multiple industries. I think there are people being like, oh, it means there's a recession coming. It's so weird to see people be like, well, they had to have layoffs because there's, you know, financial downturn, which means that every single one of those people who got laid off is fucked because there's a financial downturn. Why are you defending the company and not the people? It's incomprehensible to me. Yeah, I could tell you the things that I think that would help, but I don't really think they would help. I think it's like unfathomable amounts of money and a system that, again, requires infinite growth, which is unsustainable. And I just find it very scary because the people who are in the games industry are so good and care so much, and that's so fucking exploitable. This video is effectively a rant. It's 4 a.m. I can't sleep. I just wanted to say something. Did I say something? I don't know. It just sucks. It just really sucks. And I don't know when it ends. The companies just make more money and the rich people just get more bonuses. And everyone else is just trying to survive or get promoted just for their boss to hire some dude they worked with 25 years ago above them anyway. And whenever those people make mistakes, the boss people, no punishment. Nothing
Never.
happens.
Ever.
The little guys get laid off. I don't know, man. It just fucking sucks. It just sucks. It sucks.
That was a very, very good video. Let's give it a like. Amazing video. So much truth. Bombs here. And real talk. Games industry is great. But the level exploitation is vast. It won't change now. It will never change. Because the reality is, the way the top brass look at the things is it doesn't matter how much they're earning. They're looking at, I've got 5 projects in. Those 5 projects at max capacity require, say, 60 people. But I'm employing 100 people. Maybe I'll keep another 5 on as a buffer. But the other 35 need to go because I'm paying them for nothing. They don't see it that they can afford it. They're just looking at it as, if I get rid of those 35 people, I make more money. And you know where this comes into play even more? Those CEOs, those CTOs, they have major stocks, shares in these companies that they work for. So it incentivizes them to make sure that the company that they're working for makes even more money. Because if it makes even more money, their dividends that they get at the end of the year is even bigger. It's a horrible, horrible cycle. But that's where we're at with this. It's not nice. It is horrible. But the games industry, I mean, even where I'm working right now, this isn't just a games industry problem. This is just an industry problem, a tech industry problem. People are getting laid off all the time in the tech industry, not just in the game. I mean, the games industry is having major layoffs at the moment. But like where I work, we used to be a solid about 40 people in tech. We are now down to 5 people. And they are still looking to lay people off and they're asking us now to kind of like cross skill in our efforts to be able to cover other roles should the need arise. And we're saying, no, don't get rid of those people because that's their role. But this is the level that the tech industry is at right now. Because everyone is looking to outsource. It's cheaper to hire people in India or somewhere else to do the work than, say, in London. The price you'd pay, you could have a whole team in India for one developer in the UK. That's a lot more appealing to these companies. I mean, the problem is, in order to fix something like this, it has to come from higher up. It has to come from the shareholders. And all the shareholders care for, like she said, look, I'm going to tell you something about Anthem, right? This is 100% true. I'm not going to reveal the source. Just know that this is 100% true. When the CEO, I can't remember his name at the time, of EA, saw Anthem, he saw it was broken. I know this because I actually knew one of the shareholders. So that's how I know this information. I actually know one of the shareholders. BioWare was not ready to release the game. And EA turned around and said, look, I know we've delayed it until this point because the shareholders wanted to release it I think it was like 6 months before. And the CEO at the time managed to get them a 6-month reprieve. 6 or 7 month reprieve. 7 months came up and he said, this game is not ready. It can't come out like this because it's broken, right? And the shareholders turned around and said, I shit you not, we don't care. If you don't release it in this state so we can get that pre-order money, that guaranteed money coming in, we will pull all funding for the game and you can cancel it. It was Wilson, yeah. It was Andy Wilson. Andy Wilson tried to get an extension to the release date. But the shareholders basically threatened Wilson and said, if you do not release this game in the broken state it's in right now, we will pull all funding for the game and you can cancel it, and everything you've done up until this point will go in the red for you as a company because you will not have met your contractual obligation, so we take all the money we invested back. So they literally had no choice but to release the game in that state when they absolutely didn't want to. And then further down the line, when the news came out about Anthem Next, Anthem 2.0, and they were working on it, they put it in front of the shareholders, and the shareholders asked, how much are you selling this Anthem 2.0? And the team at BioWare said, well, we delivered a broken game. We can't really charge them again for this. Or if we're going to charge them, it has to be something really tiny to not be insulting, right? It's wrong. But they said this needs to be a free update. And then, future expansions that come along, we can put a price on that. And at the time, they were also working on the Mass Effect Legendary Pack, and they started work on the new Mass Effect, and also the new what's the other game that they make? It's really high profile. It's slipping my mind. Really, really high profile game. A lot of you like it, at least if you're BioWare fans. Not Mass Effect, the other one. Someone in chat's going to tell me in a minute anyway. So they had a choice of picking between two games that they could work on. And they turned around and said, well, Mass Effect Legendary... Dragon Age, that's it. Dragon Age. So I knew Dragon Age was coming well before it was even announced. I knew it was in the works. But the shareholders turned around and said, Mass Effect Legendary Edition is printing money. Just announcing Dragon Age is printing money. Why should we care about the players when we're not going to make any money? And so they chose to shelve Anthem 2.0, and the team that was basically trying to save it was disbanded, and was, at least thankfully, none of them were laid off and split between the other projects. But the shareholders within these companies do not give a shit about you as a gamer. All they care about is how much money they're making on their investment. And some of these shareholders were actual hardcore gamers themselves, right? They were hardcore gamers themselves. And even seeing it from that perspective, they still didn't give a shit. They said, give us our money or we pull our funding. If you're going to give Anthem 2.0 for free, we're killing it here. And EA knew that they could not put a price tag on Anthem 2.0, not at least at the beginning. And so it went out the window. And that's why it officially got cancelled. I'm going to get myself out of here, Chaos. It's 2 a.m. It's sleep time. Got to get up early in the morning. Hey, Green Goblin, thanks a lot. 2 a.m. I'm probably going to have to go myself as well. But it's crazy how much of this stuff is hey, do you want to come on the camera? Huh? It's crazy. But yeah, it's crazy how much these companies are so prisoner to their shareholders. They just don't have a choice. They literally do not have a choice. And it's bad, but it is what it is. Yeah, but shareholders aren't going to accept that. And, to be fair, Anthem was a special situation with how badly it was managed. So there is that. I'm not going to say BioWare wasn't at fault there, but, the games industry is such a cutthroat business. It's just not it's very harsh to work in there. And in the end, that's why I left the games industry. I was working my ass off. I actually got, after 3 months, I actually got promoted for my efforts, and it was all going great. But they really don't care about you. You're just a number to them. And so, considering the amount of hours I was putting into work, how flexible I was, how many days without a day off, and not once did I get a thank you. It was like expected of me to do that. It's just, the games industry is a fun place, but like she said, there are so many problems there with people getting just pure exploited. It's not good, man. It is not good. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like, where I work at the moment, if I could do this full time, I would drop it in an instant. I am, like, personally, where I work it's a pretty rough place. You're not treated pretty much as a human. Nothing. You're just, I mean, we were told yesterday we had to build 2 landing pages. We were told this at 8 a.m. in the morning, right? We had to build 2 landing pages with a questionnaire form that's not a template, so from the ground up, and have it QA'd by 12 in the afternoon. So we had 4 hours to do that turnaround. We had no designs, and we still had to do it. And the company doesn't care. They just turned around and said yes to the client. So the tech industry as a whole, because more and more people are studying IT, are studying tech, the market is flooded. It's not as niche or as specialized as it used to be. So the way they see it is, if you're not going to do it and you can't handle it, you can piss off. The next Joe will come along and do it. It's it's sad, but it's just the way it is. It is the scope of the internet. I mean, the scope of the tech, just tech in general. But yeah, that video was really good. That video hit home real good, real fast, real quick. And she's right. It's awful that those 800 people lost their jobs, especially at this time of the year. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And then when you think of stuff like that and put things into perspective, then you have people like Reforge who are literally just talking about stupid shit so they can get a few more clicks. And then they get annoyed when, people call them out on it. Even ACG is doing this, just taking a piss out of Grums. I mean, this is literally all my timeline. This is kind of sad. But folks, I think... Oh, did Kevin ask something? Sorry, what relationship does BioWare have with EA? Sorry, Kevin, I didn't actually see your question there. Steve answered it, but yeah, EA do own BioWare. Sorry, I did not see your question there as I went off for a monologue. But yeah, do any of you want to see a stream sometime of Lies of P? I do have to warn you that I am going to get very, very heated and very, very upset and very, very angry at this game. I do not like Souls games, and I'm pretty rubbish at them. But if you guys want to have a bit of laugh at my expense, especially after the last stream where I was losing my mind, thankfully I can't table flip. Yeah, I heard about that. But even then, why are the elites harder than the bosses? I come across like a bigger style enemy, And they are like way harder than the bosses, and their hitboxes suck. Yes, I mean, I like the aesthetic of Lies of P. It really appeals to me. I like the setting. I like the surrounding. I kind of like where it's going. So that's why I'm playing it. I'm not a fan of Elden Ring. I didn't like it. I'm not saying it's a bad game. Just wasn't for me. But this one actually appealed to me. So it's a lot more linear, kind of one path to follow. And I kind of like that in these sorts of games. I don't like the whole open world aspect of Elden Ring. But yeah, maybe next stream I do, we can while we're chatting away, we can also watch me lose my mind and throw myself out of the window while I'm playing Lies of P. It's alright. I'm on the ground floor. So I'm not gonna hurt myself any more than I think. Well, look, I have where is it? I have this beauty. I'm not playing Lies of P with this controller. No way. No way. No chance. What ABK games are you excited about? I don't really know. There was a couple of. I mean, I want to try the new COD game, so that would be quite nice. I think there was a picture here with the number of games that are coming. I mean, playing Spyro would be kind of cool. I like my platform games to play with the kids. I would have said Diablo 4, but that game has gone to shit so bad it's unbelievable. I don't know. There's not really that much. "13 days, geez, I wish I had that much time to play games, man. I do not. I wish I had that much time, but I genuinely do not have that time to play. Between making all those games, I think he usually posts like a picture of all the Activision games that are about, unless he's posting the same dribble all the time. Yeah, it looks like he's just posting the same stuff. What the hell's going on here? I used to respect Jez Gordon, but he has been constant personal thing. Well, you're also advertising yourself as a woman. You're not a gamer girl, you're a guy. You put yourself as a girl to get more clicks and more subs, followers. It's a dude running that account. I can't have any respect for someone like that. He's not even identifying as a female, by the way. He is literally a straight, heterosexual dude. And he basically said that I put a female picture there with a female name because people tend to follow you easier when you're a female. I mean, GG for exploiting all the guys out there. But yeah, but they're not a gamer girl. It's a guy. It's 100% guy. I guarantee you. I promise you. It is a guy. I can't find. He usually has like pictures of thing. Cocoon is a really good game. I like that. He usually has a thing with going on here. Oh, this one was stupid as well. I covered this in my previous video, how he said the ABK deal is not good. And that's, you know, because if it's good for consumers and it's good for Microsoft, then it couldn't have been bad for Sony. Huh? When am I planning Lies of P stream? I don't know what I'm doing this weekend. Probably be for next week, Friday, I guess. The midweek, if I'm streaming midweek, I like to stream over at Twitch. Although, so Mondays I stream over at my other YouTube channel. Midweek I kind of try to, if I can stream, I keep it over at Twitch. And for Fridays I like to stream here. And then Saturday and Sunday depends on if I've got time, will depend on what I'm looking at playing. So if I've got time this weekend, I'll probably jump on for a few hours for Lies of P on this channel and see how it goes. But otherwise, I'm probably looking about next week, Wednesday. Yeah, I know it's a little fragmented. Yeah, I can't find it. I can't find it. But Lies of P should be fun, right? Watching me descend to madness. I mean, Coalition games need to sort their act out as well. I lost like 1,500 Igor. I was not happy. I was not happy. Kevin, we actually played it earlier today. Played for about 2 hours, 3 hours. Really, really good game. Really good game. I recommend you try it out. It's free on Game Pass anyway, so no reason not to. But it's definitely a really good game. Nah, I can't find it. I tried. Was it? No. Don't even want to go into that. That's a dangerous place to be in. I give up. I give up. I give up. Oh, did you guys hear about that guy from Dre Wilson? Oh, I did. But what he was actually doing was signing that PlayStation, because at the end of the day, they all know who they want to be running PlayStation, right? So there's apparently this PlayStation fan, right? Fanboy, who basically was contacting, he was doing his usual console warring, and then he started contacting PlayStation fans, asking them if they could throw some money at thing. I don't know. Basically, send him some money because he couldn't afford to pay for food. And so they felt sorry for him and were doing that. But what they didn't know, because he was doing it through DMs, was that he was asking everyone to send him money. And my dude was using that money to bring in takeaway and all this shit. And he finally got exposed. He hustled them good. For the players, right? Final Fantasy VII Remake 2 coming to Xbox? Probably not. PC, yes. But probably not Xbox. But yeah. I mean, I hope you guys are all enjoying the content that I release. I hope you're enjoying the videos. I hope you're enjoying these streams because, this is a different kind of streaming for me compared to my other streams that I do over at Twitch or at my other YouTube channel where it's just constant gameplay. I actually enjoy just going through the news and chatting away, and hopefully you enjoy it as well. I'm a massive fan of Final Fantasy XIV. I've been playing Final Fantasy XIV for over 10 years. So I will pick Final Fantasy XIV over Final Fantasy VII every day of the week. It's got a much better story. Much better story. I will say that, the original expansion, A Realm Reborn, is weak. It is weak, right? But once you get past A Realm Reborn, don't forget, A Realm Reborn, they basically took 1.0, rebuilt it into the new stuff, and they took some of the story aspects out, reworked it, made it more suitable, and kind of pushed it out. And they've kind of been rehashing the original expansion, taking out the filler quests more and more to try and get you to Heaven's Ward faster. I think the original story gets really good by level 40, because that's when it really starts to kick in. Up until that point, you're basically a nobody. You're a random stranger who's just turned up. You have the gift of the Echo, which they find out later. You know, by level 15, you have to figure out your faction. But once you get to that level 30, 40 is when the story starts to pick up. And it's just great from then on. It's for me, it's one of the greatest Final Fantasy storytellings of all time. Alongside Final Fantasy 11, with stuff like Chains of Promathia and Rise of the Zilla. Really good stories. So for me, 14 all the way. But like I said, I've been playing it since 1.0. So I've been playing it for 10 years. I think I took like a 6-month break at the moment, and I've only just gone back to it. Because after the with 6.0, the story finished and it started a new one. So I wanted to just take a little bit of a break. But it's good. See, I think to try and judge interest with an MMO is really difficult, right? Because not everyone is going to like an MMO. Not everyone is going to be interested in MMOs, right? The good thing with Final Fantasy 14 is that when it comes in October, it is entirely free to play. And you can play it as much as you want. And I think you can pretty much go as far as you want as well. When they release the game next year is when it's going to cut off and you can play it. But they, even now, if you wanted to play it right now this second on either PC or PlayStation, they have a free trial that's in place that allows you to play the first three expansions, basically, for free, with unlimited hours of play. No restrictions. You get access to all the characters, all the abilities, everything for those 3 expansions. So that's a nice way for you to check it out. But it's coming out in October for everyone as a free-to-play. So at that point, it should be fine. But once the game officially launches next year, or by the end of the year, then it is going to be a paid subscription. Yeah, because the one that's coming out, when it comes out in October, they're releasing it as a beta. And obviously they can't charge you for the beta. So for that period with the beta, it's going to be free. But like I said, look at it like the whole Starfield situation, where the more you invest, the more you get back. In this case, the original expansion is the weakest of the lot. Once you get to Heaven's Ward, which is the second expansion, it's like 1,000,000 times better. Like if you try to compare the two, the original expansion has nothing on it. And also make sure you've got some time when you're watching the final cutscene of 2.0, because it's long. It even warns you that it's long. But so much shit happens that just makes you go, what the flying? Yeah. But yeah, as you can see, Dre waking up this morning, lost all his cash cows. He does. This was really cool, right? Minecraft Dungeons, 25 million players and counting. Me and my kids love playing Minecraft Dungeons. Such a good game. So I know there's a whole thing with the EU regulators actually now potentially looking at the deal again, because it seems like the UK and everyone else got a better deal than what the EU regulators were putting in place. I wouldn't worry about that. Nothing's going to come from it. It's not going to stop the deal from going through. So don't worry about that. On the right game to bring across. The thing is, Phil Spencer has been trying to bring Final Fantasy XIV over to Xbox since I think like 2016, 2015. He's been trying to get it across, and there was a lot of things that Xbox was doing that was preventing it from coming on. It would have been here sooner, but Xbox themselves, their policies was the reason why they couldn't release it. Because Phil Spencer wanted the game to be behind Xbox Live at the time, and Square Enix said no. This game is not going to be using your servers. It's not going to be using Xbox Live. You will not need to use Xbox Live in order to play this. And they didn't want crossplay either, which is stupid because the game is crossplay. So there was a lot of reasons, and it was all Xbox that was preventing it. Guitar Hero, that would be good. If Xbox acquires, this over here should tell you that he was being forced upon. How much they were piling on him. Because he originally didn't care. But then to change tune and to say that, I think a lot of us missed that sign. But it makes sense now, right? It makes full sense. Let's listen to what David Jaffe has to say.
Thank you, buddy. He says, I'm curious to see what Sony's...
But yeah, honestly, if I was in a position where I could do this full time, I would stream every day. I would make like 1 or 2 videos a day. That's like the dream job for me right now. If I could do that and get out of the job that I'm currently at where I'm not happy, that would be perfect. But in time, I hope we can get there. Yeah, Power Boss, he said that because I think the amount of pressure on him to try and block this deal from higher up, he had no choice. I think I got what, 20 years to retire? But at that point, I'm probably not going to do this unless it's still fun for me to do it.
Thank you, buddy. He says, I'm curious to see what Sony's plan for PSVR 2 is. That's another thing. They got to be looking at that, the executives, if this guy was pushed out and going, dude, PlayStation Portal, what's that? PSVR 2, what are you doing? What are you fucking doing? And let's not forget, and I am critical about Spider-Man 2, when it comes to a bigger meta picture as it relates to PlayStation's formula. But I am tremendously excited for Spider-Man 2 as just a game. I love Spidey. I love Insomniac. Can't wait. But let's not forget, what else do they have? Thank you, buddy. He says, I'm curious to see what...
And that's the point, right? I mean, the PS Portal that they are jerking over, what is that? It's trash. Right? The PS Portal is a waste of money. They could have easily allowed people with their Vitas to do exactly the same thing, and a lot of people have Vitas out there, but they chose not to. And the PSVR, like I said earlier on today, I think is the biggest waste of money there is. Wait, what? Do we want to see this, chat? We want to see this, right?
I had to talk about this, even though I'm trapped on the wrong side of town, because the head of PlayStation, Jim Ryan, has just retired. He's stepping down effective immediately, and it's just kind of a complete... I had to talk...
I mean, even that he got wrong. It's not effective immediately. He's still there for 6 months to transition whoever is going to come into place. Jesus. Talk about misinformation. Reforge was trying to argue it's just a PS5 accessory, and it's already so. Mate, the PS Portal. It's not just an accessory. It's a remote play device. And for $250, was it $250? Fuck out of here. That's literally a waste of money. Do you remember how we were saying it's time for Phil Spencer to go? It's a shame, right? Because little did he know. Is it 200? Yeah. Honestly, I think it should have been 150 or 129.99. That's what it should have been. But $200? Nah. It's just remote play. You can pay $100 more and get a Steam Deck that will do exactly the same thing, but allow you to play PC games as well, and your xCloud games, and your GeForce Now games, and your Amazon Luna games, all for $100 more, and it's handheld. This was quite funny. Breaking: MBG has been appointed as the new CEO of Sony PlayStation after the retirement of Jim Ryan. In a statement, he said, "As the CEO, my first priority will be to end development of all live service games. Next, we'll be cancelling all PC ports. Long live PlayStation." Well, Hiroki, that's kind of running it at the moment with Jim Ryan in the background. He's very mobile centric, so it'll be interesting to see how he pushes mobile before the new person comes in. From what I've heard, as long as I think it has, does it have Wi-Fi? I think it has Wi-Fi, but it can connect to Wi-Fi from anywhere, so you can remote from wherever you are to your PS5. Because apparently people do that when they're out and about. You know, you go to your mate's house, or you go to your family's house, or you go out with your boyfriend or girlfriend, and you're going to sit there with your remote player while, you know, connecting outside in the wilderness to your PS5. Apparently people do that. Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I mean, Forza is coming out as well soon, so that should be kind of cool. I never understood this drama. People saying that the launch of Cyberpunk was a better state than the launch of Starfield. That level of copium is pretty special. That would actually be really damn cool. But add Doom in there as well. Add ID Studios, because they are very good at what they do. According to the ponies, it was much better state than it was thing. It was a much better state. I'm like, you gotta be mental. There must be some you know, some screws missing or something. But chat, it is 2:30 in the morning. I think I'm gonna call it there. It's seems like a good time. But I will definitely be back again. Hopefully we'll get another video out. Well, I'm not gonna do another one now. Normally, I'd actually sit down and make another video now for a release later tomorrow. But I think I'll do that tomorrow and talk about some of the stuff that we've covered here today. But yeah, thanks so much for hanging out, everyone. It's been awesome. I've had a lot of fun. It's been great, and you know, it's been really fun to hang out and just chat away. I will see you all in the next stream or the next video, and until then, as always, as the proverbial saying goes, remain legend. Have a good night. I'm going to get it right one day, all right? I am going to get it right one day. I am going to hit the right one. One day. It wasn't today. But one day I will. I promise you. Just not today. Have a good night, everyone. Wish you all the best. God bless. Peace out.